How to see me? Just a cage of bones. There's nothing inside. Will it always be burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a sharpshooter at post masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, have no face to show. Please don't take off my mask, my disguise. Where have you been searching all along, confessing while alone and on, without a clue, without a sign, without grasping it. The real question to be asked: where have I been? I'm a sharpshooter at post masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter. What else should I be? Please don't take off my mask, revealing dawn. Moments of calm, nothing left to be found. A mirror right in front of me.
Neighbors kept being loud, so I had to mute my mic for a while. Okay. Oh, that's just a Cosmog. Okay, so I have to activate someone. One of my friends got a Dialga. Or at least fought one. There's something in there. Beldum. And that's it. This is just the Beldum's house. This is the inn. I should probably heal. This just looks like another house, though. Oh. It's just... house with a Pokemon Center door. Okay. Mayor's house. Okay. And I already went that one, I'm pretty sure. Did I? Double check. Yep, that's the Cosmog house. Double. Oh, Nidoran. Crit capture. I think I have some Moonstones. Oh, nice. Dragon Pulse, sure. Gets over takedown. It's not like it can Mega Evolve. If it could, it's just keep takedown or give it Hyper Voice. Okay. So I don't want Cryogonal on the team. It's Jolly. Don't need Audino on the team. Oh wow, I got a modest Smoochum. Giant spin. There's a neat arena. Aerodactyl? There's just fossil Pokemon roaming around? I might want Aerodactyl on my team. While I play through this. Conkeldurr. Okay. I forgot that you can actually find them in here in the DLC areas. Crackpot. Oh, hello. Definitely want Nidoking on my team. Why is that part of Jink's dress like stuck out? I don't remember if you're new or not. Nope, don't need one of you. Just caught one. Floatstone, okay. Slax. Another quick ball, gonna need lots of those. This is a big den over there. What's that? Oh, it's not an Nidoran. I don't remember if oh. What's the Pokemon's name? I don't remember it. Oops. Sound berries are pretty good if I remember. Probably just taking them. That's not gonna work. Okay. A room service. Okay. Let's switch off of Jinx, because all it really knows is Blizzard right now. Stuff back here. Absorb bulb, okay. Wild Eevees. I don't remember if Bronzong and Bronzor are base game or not. I guess I could just check the Pokedex. Yeah, I already got one. Okay, yeah. For some reason I thought it didn't say that I had a Bronzor. Toxic, Poison Jab, Earth Power, and Flatter. It'd be crazy if Healer worked on the other side of the field. Because that'd be a really bad ability then for mons like Iodino who rely a lot on... typically rely on Toxic Stall. Dino. Let it Reno. It's not that much here though. Not Pokedex. Do I have moonstones? Yeah, I have 17. I have plenty. I'll just evolve both of them at the same time. Poltergeist. What them called? I forget the name of these guys. Not Drapey. Not a Soothbell, okay. Not a Dragapult, but the middle one. Sinistea. Lots of Nidorans. Oh. Can I take on a Dragapult with a Nidoran? Maybe not. It's just two of them here? Okay. Couldn't put like a Miss Magius or something? Or like another Gengar? We just need a Queen. Razor Claw, okay. Not missing anything from here. What the heck was that noise? Is that just Poltergeist? No, not you, the item. It's just scream with the mouth closed. Yeah, why couldn't they just have that animation played on the overworld? Nice. Superpower. Yeah, I don't really need Jinx on the team. That should be fine. This area is pretty big. Sent a Scorch. It was just people's bikes. I thought they were items. Whoa. Okay. Let's see what TMs I can teach. Oh, I already have a nice type Pokemon. I'll give it Fire Punch. Could give Thief to Nidoking, just as a way to get held items, maybe? 60. No, not worth it. Yeah, I don't want to waste any of my PRs, so... Is Rockhead, okay. I don't have like a double edge TM, so... Oh lord. Played all... Oh. Archons do. I forget if Play Doll's new or not. If it is, I'll just look for a Baltoy. Hey Gordito, how's it going? Claydol's already in the game. It's not a new one. Glad you're doing well. Okay. Surprised I lived that with barely any EVs. That's fine. I'm going this way. Keep getting turned around. So many Pokemon in that little alleyway. Barboach. Oh, that's a Kabuto. Right now I'm just sort of like exploring the new area and just filling out the Pokedex. I boxed all the Pokemon that I was training, and I'm just using Pokemon that I'm finding in this area now. I have no idea why I have so many net balls. Really? That was a critical capture too. There we go. I don't think Barboach is new. Basculin's not new. Binding Band, okay. Oh. So Feebas. That's pretty neat that they have Magikarp jumping out of the river. I don't remember actually. I don't think Barboach is new. I can just easily check if one shows back up. Nope, more basculin. Didn't mean to do that, but it's fine. Never mind, it's not fine. Oh lord. Okay, that's fine that I don't get one Oran Berry. For a second I thought it was a Mr. Mime. It's just a girder. That's fine. Iron Ball, okay. See what there is to fish here. Oh, but Blue Leaf. Was not expecting that. Really? Don't I have oh yeah, the lure balls are special though. Oh my god. Yeah, I guess. I mean, Nidaking's knocked out, so. If it can evolve, I'll just put it on my team so it can evolve. Fill out the decks. Is Barboach new? I honestly don't remember. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I've seen that animation. Yep. Zubat. Zubat's new. I actually used Zubat in my playthrough of Ruby recently. Crobat's pretty dang good. Nope, did not mean to do that. Let me just see where all those Pokemon are going to. Box 1, okay, good. Nope, don't need another Zubat. Larvitar, already have. It's Kabutops. Piloswine. Big Nugget. Carbink? Was Carbink new? Carbink just added? Yes, Carbink is new. Ah. This might kill it, actually. Nope, surprisingly not. Okay. There we go. Don't want to mess with you, Kabutops. Riolu, it's a Golbat. Nope. Pretty sure I already have Lucario, Lucario's base. It's just a T-Tar. Lucario wasn't base, it definitely was added in Isle of Armor. Don't 100% remember. Oh yeah, no, I already got him. Nope. Too focused on running away from the Golbat, ran straight into Kabutops. Did not paralyze or flinch. Energy pellet. Suction cups, not storm drain. Okay. I don't think I outspeed it with anything. I could tailwind and then try going into something else. That did not work out. Pretty sure I have a Pokemon doll if I can't run away. There we go. No, it just came from that way, didn't I? This is where the Lucario was. Was it not? Yeah, I was there before. No, this is where the Lucario was. No idea how to get to that TR then. This is the entrance. Entrance and then Lucario. This one here. Dead end. Have that one item. Okay, that goes to more paths. This is just a little visit for Pokemon. I want to go this way. Back to icy area. This feels new. Ice Cube, Araquanid. And then Tortuga's new. I think in 5 minutes is when I'm going to be able to evolve Amoris. Amora, that's what it is. I think it evolves into Amoris. Avalugg. I don't remember is new or not. Pokedex. A to Z. Avalugg is not new. Tortuga is new. There was a Swablu and something else in the grass. Really? Oh, well that's not great. Okay. I just might end up knocking this thing out now. Yeah. God dang it. I have no idea where I am on the map right now. Okay, I'm all the way over here. So yeah, I just kind of like went through there. It's a crown thing there. And then there's something to the right? Oh, there's another Tortuga. Oh, it was an ice cube before. There we go. Wait until something evolves. Gliscopod. Tortuga Ice Cube. It's Avalug. It's pretty clever what they did there. Caracosta. Golurk is the small one. I'm pretty sure. I don't remember the name of the big one right now. Electivire. Oh. Regieleki and Regidrago Temple. Makes sense. Outrage and Discharge. Thunder. Okay, so I just have to get all 3 Regis. Oh, this is the little place off to the side. Oh, well, there's Electabuzz. Ninjask? Nah. Back in the cave. Bone. Oh, okay. Nope. I don't care about your salad mix. I'm trying to get... Nope, not... Earthquake, okay. So if I run around this grass, I'll probably find Elekid. Yeah, the Avalug is way too close. No, don't want a Bronzor. I guess it's not late enough for Morris to evolve yet, because it's not 6, unless my time settings are off. So it very much could be. Something not weak to electric up in front. I'm trying to get Elekid. That's assuming that Elekid is even in here. Well, we assume that there's Elekids here because there's an Electivire there, and there was an Electabuzz in the grass earlier. Mime Jr., okay. Oh god, oh god, oh god. There we go. I don't know why I didn't just throw a quick ball. There we go. That's replace Amora. Let's, if it's not 6 p.m. when it's night, it's gonna be 8. Okay, I don't think there's anything else here. Golurk is the big one, I just realized. It's Golett is the small one, I think? I don't remember. I've only used them once when I replayed Pokemon White a long time ago. I'm pretty sure it's Golett and Golurk. Okay, just invisible wall. Got it. Mimikyu. Beartic. Okay, and it's back there, so. Walk on this island more and then fly back to closer to the main area. Use the Raquanid. Yeah, looks like it for this area. Oh, I can't fly there. So yeah, let's just fly back to the starting point. Can't go that way. Okay. Where am I on the map now? Oh, just the same area, but I just went around a different... Okay. Yeah, because I was here. So I went on this side of the rock, I guess, instead of the other one. Okay, Sonia's here. Exploring. And we'll the Musketeer trio. Rizian, Cobalion, and the one that starts with T. I forget his name. Drakion. Okay. Bottle cap, okay, I'll take it. Magmar. So there's gonna be a Magby in here. Possibly. There we go. Magby? Nope, a Wooloo. Does Wooloo get like Sap Sipper or something? Guess we'll find out. There we go. Another Mime Jr. I have water type moves. Let's do this. Another smooching. It's gonna run. It might have dry skin. Okay, now I can't run. If this thing has dry skin, then I just have to throw a Pokédoll. Archin almost leveled up. Did wake him up. Damn it. I should give Zebek that Soothe Bell. Alright, cool. Nope. There we go. Just trying to find a Magby. There we go. Probably also save it soon. Ah. God damn it. At the very least, it's in my Pokédex now, so I can go look for Magby later. Okay. Another temple here. Is this one just for all three Reggies, or doesn't say? Flash cannon. So Reggie Steel? Okay, so this one's for Reggie Steel. Don't know how to open that yet. Okay, I was in this area before. Let's see it. Wild Aerodactyls. Eh. Well, at least it doesn't affect you in the world anymore. Playing a lot of Gen 3 recently, so a lot of the older mechanics are stuck in my mind. Clear and wheezing. Else around here? Oh, didn't even see it. Just thought it was like an item sparkle. I went that way before. Okay. Oh, there's just a bunch here. Okay. I don't understand the point of making the percentages so small if you're just gonna group them up together. Reggie U rocks, probably, since I saw Reggie Steals' temple, and Reggie Ices is going to be in the snowy area. Tears on the other side. Don't know how to open that either. At the very least, assume it wouldn't open right away. But just check the door. Yeah, this area up here is probably going to be where Reggie Ice's thing is going to be. That's for the raid thing. It's that giant tree over there. I don't have any idea how to get over there though. I wish the map was just slightly more useful. If they're gonna have areas like this. A lot of winding pathways. God. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Let the Caparada take up so much space. Yeah, I can't go that way. I already went in the cave. So I'm supposed to go back. before this area, and either to the left or right. God damn it. Wish Pokemon would spawn just, you know, at least half a second earlier. What's the point of this? If they're just all gonna be here. I mean, like, even the Zygarde cells, like, sometimes you'd find, like, groups of 5. Okay, I think I'm going the right way now. In this area, there's like none. Oh, there's some. Encore, okay. Quick balls are already always handy. It's none. It's a Drigidons. And a Tang. They're not new to the decks, are they? They are? Maybe? Yeah, I guess they are. So I'm gonna have to look for a build them around this area. There we go. I need to get more quick balls. Ah. Of course. Ah. Do you have anything better right now that I could use? I mean, a heavy ball, but I don't want to waste those. I don't think I have any status moves on these Pokemon. Also, I shouldn't let Zubat faint. There we go. Really? Ah. There we go. Oh, wrong item. Thunders. Yeah, I'm not finding that too many new Pokemon just out and about. Seems like a good majority of them, or very least a good part of them, are the legendary Pokemon that they added for the raids. Okay, so there's Reggie Ice's place. I don't know how to get down there, but it's there. More caves in there. Oh, maybe this way? No. Jetpack, okay. Tunnel to the top, okay. Fairy. Definitely not. New. Ooh! Gibble. Gibble's new, I know that. I completely forgot to throw a quick ball. Was that nest balls? No idea why I have so many of those. Probably to fill the Pokedex in the base game. Nice. And Seal evolved. So it's going to need at least another level until I can box it. Nope. Dragon Fang, okay. Snowrunt's not base, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember. Snowrunt's not in the base game, is he? Yeah. Oh.
Wow.
Yo, what's up?
Not much. Just chilling. Probably gonna go play some stuff later, but I want to drop by.
Gotcha. Thanks for stopping by.
So what's this I see on stream?
I'm just exploring the new areas right now.
You got all the DLCs?
That I did.
I didn't get them yet. I also so I basically got up to like the 5th gym or 6th gym, and then I had sort of played for like 4 hours without saving, and then
Cool.
yeah. So anyways, after a major setback, I was just like, oh, fuck it.
Yeah, I feel that.
And then I never resumed, but one day I do intend on finishing this.
Well, if it helps, you don't need to beat the game to access the DLC.
Yeah, well, so that's, yeah. Honestly, the first DLC I was a little disappointed, but it seems like the second DLC was living up to like what I was hoping for. So
Yeah, I'm
this
excited
game really
for the.
turned out.
Go ahead.
I'm just really happy with the way this game turned out. Although the price tag's a little bit steep, but you know that's can't be helped.
Yeah, I feel that. But yeah, I'm excited for the big boy dens, the raids. That seems like a pretty fun social aspect to it.
For sure. I just the way they did multiplayer with the rating and everything in general is like pretty good. Like it's a good way of taking a game that is fundamentally single player, still keeping it like mostly single player if you want, but still having that little meme where y'all in the gang can do shit once in a while.
Yeah.
Makes me wonder what they're gonna work on next, because this is the first Pokemon game where they decided to roll out DLC. So what if they keep going with DLC, or they decide, alright, 2 is where we draw the line, and we're gonna work on Pokemon Void and Pokemon Plutonium.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure where they might go. I mean, more DLC, would definitely be more welcome than a third version or direct sequels.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because like we didn't,
depending on price,
we didn't get a third version of the game, unless I'm out of the loop, and that's a thing. But
nope.
Usually there was a third version, but instead we actually just got updates.
Yep. There's a lot of rumors going around that there's a sizable amount of hints pointing towards remakes of the 4th gen games.
Oh yeah, that's long due. Like a lot of people are hyped up for that. So that's definitely the next thing as far as like, I agree. The next release chronologically is probably going to be that. I guess I'm just thinking about like Pokemon as a whole. Like, what's next?
Yeah,
Are they
yeah. Mhm.
are they gonna do a collaboration with the fresh New Zealanders and be like, all right, you got an index, we got a Pokemon, Poke Index, and then it's like, what? It is a possibility. For all I know, Nintendo's working on Poke VR right now.
It could be. I mean, they toyed around with VR very lightly with the whole Labo stuff.
They touched on it previously. They have Pokemon Go to sort of like get an idea of like what are good ideas, bad ideas,
Yeah, yeah.
and I don't know. I feel like if there's one thing Nintendo's known for is just pushing boundaries of ideas, regardless of
Definitely.
whether or not it's a good idea or not. Right?
Yeah.
We had things like the Virtual Boy, Nintendo DS was like definitely a success, and then the 3DS. Well, the 3D part wasn't really a success, but I'm still really glad it existed.
Yeah.
Like, I had fun with it. Was it worth an extra price tag? I don't know, but it was definitely polishing the old system to say the least. And I still like that they're pushing out and exploring ideas, even if not all of them turn out absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, like, the Wii U is like my favorite console because it's just so different, and that some games can really only work with like a Wii U concept, but the Switch can like kind of pull it off if you have multiple.
The Switch can, yeah, that's very true. That's very true. But yeah, I'm thinking the biggest issue with VR is that Nintendo would need to do probably some sort of PC release, and they wouldn't really. I mean, unless they basically say, okay, we're going to keep supporting the Switch, but also we're releasing like a VR console, which could be an interesting idea. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them.
It's possible. I mean, there's always rumors about Switch Pro, but like that's been being hinted a little bit more and more now that there's cloud versions of games.
Does the Switch come with? Yeah. What if there's like a thing where it's just like they give you a little miniature backpack and you just put your Switch on your back and then you hook up an HDMI to VR headset in the front, and it doesn't need to be super high end, but it
just enough to work. Yeah,
like this isn't insanely powerful, but it's so lightweight. You could literally, even kids could enjoy that. Like, they just have like a little strap or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. The Switch is definitely versatile for something as wacky as that, and Nintendo's the one to come up with those kinds of ideas.
Unlike previous consoles, the Switch has a pretty solid amount of computing power. Like, from a graphical perspective and all that, so especially if they make simple VR games, you could get the 120 hertz or whatever you need to get it to function in a non-motion sickness way.
Yeah.
Spec-wise, the Switch is quite impressive. Well, impressive when it came out, and at that time, of course, with all the PS5 and all that, it's a little bit different, especially with AMD's like latest hardware and all that stuff. It's
of course, technology is moving so fast.
Yeah, like, well, there was kind of a slump for like 4 years from 2016 to earlier this year to 4 years.
Yeah, that's true.
Where there's just like CPUs from Intel weren't getting better. Ryzen came into the picture, but for like gaming, Intel was still kind of better. So unless you had like professional workloads or something, Ryzen was fine, and it did become better eventually, especially the 2000 series. There's some people that had pretty interesting reviews, but nonetheless, there's nothing that was, say, groundbreaking. It's more just AMD caught up, really, and Intel sort of still just did what they did.
Gotcha.
NVIDIA didn't release anything like, yeah, 2000 series came out, but it's not like, oh, all of a sudden all these games can be ran at 300 FPS or anything.
Yeah.
But with the 3000 series, some of that is a little bit closer to being true.
Yeah.
And especially, I keep in the loop with the tech side a lot more, and there are some finer changes even on the software side, the way that they're doing drivers and all that stuff that is going to help out. So for the first time, like 2020, for the first time since 2016, it's like, oh, wait, there's like actually like big deal shit going down. And especially going to 2021, we're going to get the next gen of RAM for both Intel and AMD. So this is largely what powers the next gen consoles, like the Xbox, Xbox, whatever it's called, and the PS5.
Series
is
X.
all the new shit. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
All of that shit is powered by stuff that came out this year. Some of it will be available, you know, well, if you're lucky enough to get the parts.
Yeah.
So it's with this new advance in technology, it's for the first time in quite a while the Switch is like falling behind a little bit, in the sense that I could release a version 3 of the Switch or something where it's just another update on the same thing.
Yeah. I could see that.
Because there's at least like a significant technology jump that would warrant that.
Yeah.
It's already so good though. Like, Switch runs at 60 FPS pretty consistently most of the time. I was doing some Nintendo DS emulation earlier this year, and yeah, when the game's emulation like naturally runs at like 18, 15 FPS, dropping down to like 6. Man, this DS was not a powerhouse.
Yeah. Yeah, and unfortunately, the DS emulators aren't. The only one that I know of isn't that strong.
Well, that's DS Ume is the one you're thinking of, probably, right? So that's what I was using, and it didn't turn out so good. However, there are some other ones, I forget their names. The other ones allegedly do a lot better and have like upscaling and other systems in place. DFMA is good in the sense that it is easy to use, runs out of the box, runs on a lot of systems.
Yeah.
But if you want to like mod the games, which is really the like if you're going down the emulation route, that's usually
that's
like
the next step.
one of the main reasons is I want to play Pokemon in 4K, like, you know, like,
Yeah.
you know,
That'd be nice.
4K. I mean, think about how much of a high-res polygon you could get with that shit.
Yeah. You can see every single pixel on every single polygon.
Yes.
All like 15 that Porygon has.
Yes. All facets of his being are fully ray traced and illuminated. So I don't know. In that regard, yeah, it's rough. But yeah, there's definitely a DS game. I don't know if you're familiar, called Lost Magic.
No, not familiar with it.
Okay. Basically, I just like fell in love with the game because I saw it in a Nintendo Power issue, and I was like, wait, this seems like an amazing game. And then I went to GameStop, whatever, and bought it for like $20, and it was the best purchase I made in my life. Basically, what the game is, like most DS games, it just leverages the touchscreen gimmick, but it does so in a way where I think it makes for a good experience. So the idea behind the game is you're basically just playing kind of like an RTS where you move units around, monsters and a couple of humans, whatever. However, the catch is that you can do spell casting, but you have to draw the runes yourself.
Ah.
And the more accurately you draw them, the more damage your spells do.
That's actually a pretty cool mechanic.
Well, yeah, because your casting time is literally your real life ability to cast.
Yeah.
Like that's the most groundbreaking thing is the game will cast spells as fast as I can cast them myself. And then you had to actually memorize spells because like it's not like you can just pause the battle and look at a table. Well, PvP was fun. I like the PvP a lot.
PvP?
Yeah, there was an online PvP for this game, so that was really intense, right? Because it's just you would build this library. It's like, okay, I can set up for like 2-3 strats and remember them. You know, if they do this, I do that. Blah blah blah. There is for one of the things you could do is like buff your mage and then just try to rush down. The other option was to go for trapping them and then you drop a meteorite on their head, which is one hit kill sometimes, most of the time. And then there was like jank rushing strats with the monsters, because the monsters, the fastest ones in the game, were so fast that most people, if they were not very good at the game, you could just attack them and win before they could cast anything. So your actual casting is a primary stat that matters immensely.
That's actually really cool.
The is fantastic game. I played the fuck out of it, and I actually, so this is one of my plans. Is once I resume streaming, I want to speedrun this game. No one speedruns it. That's okay. It's very much just speedrunning for myself. I do think that someday there will be a VR game that takes off from the same concept. I've even thought about coding up that game myself. Like,
I could see it.
Just because it's so easy. You just basically hold a touchscreen and you have a stylus, and you need to figure out a movement system. That's the tricky part. How do you do movement and holding the spell book that you draw the runes in?
Yeah.
But if you can figure out a jank solution, even if it's not the best, it's quite a badass feeling to just go around and like casting spells. Yeah. And by the way, earlier this year, I bought a $600 tablet. I didn't tell this to anyone else but you, but I basically bought the $600 tablet so I could play the emulator, drawing the runes on the tablet.
I mean, if you're using it, then it's a good purchase.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. A lot of people buy tablets like just don't even use them. But I found like a software that was like low latency, it worked good. And then I could draw art and stuff, but I just use it with DS Emulator. Now the problem is the game itself like kind of runs like shit on the emulator. Not because the computer isn't good enough, but because an accurate emulation of the Nintendo DS. Like the game lagged on the Nintendo DS. So it lags in the emulator. As soon as I can figure out a way around that, well, I'll be in business. Because it's still totally playable, but it's tricky. Because it's a game that's so, like, real-time input and drawing is a big deal. So the lag is a lot worse than it would be in, say, Super Mario 64 or most games on DS.
Yeah.
But anyways, it's one of those fun games on an emulator that I definitely want to actually probably speedrun at some point. The catch is, are we gonna see it? It would be really cool if Nintendo pushed out something in VR and then they start putting out like JRPGs, not necessarily with elaborate systems, but maybe something like that. Could be pretty fun.
Yeah, that I'd be down for it.
There's also some VR games that do sword fighting, so that's pretty neat. It's the way I think it is as a precursor to something like this.
I still need to pick up a VR headset one of these days.
Well, it's tricky because they're all sold out everywhere.
That's also very true.
COVID-19 is like, all right, everyone's stuck indoors. Oh yeah, also VR.
Yeah.
Like, everyone's just like, oh yeah, you know what? This is a perfect hobby. And yeah, kind of ended up that way. The big meme is definitely, I signed up on the waiting line to get a Valve Index, and it's been like 4 months, and I still haven't heard back.
Yeah.
So the queue time, the waiting time is very large. However, if you say you're eventually interested, the Valve Index 2 is a rumor. It is a real rumor. And Gabe did hint that they were working on something.
Okay.
Hardware side. So, you know, it could be Index 2 or it could be something else entirely. Who knows? But I would...
Good idea to buy my time then.
I would say that it's like, unless you have a specific title that you want to play now, it's not the worst idea to keep your ear to the ground and see how it works out. Because this was when Half-Life Alyx released in the what was that DLC? Not DLC content, but the comments after and all that stuff. They
feedback, okay.
Yeah, and then Gabe, there was some rough hints that they were working on new hardware, and then there was a recent interview where Gabe said that they were moving all of the Steam headquarters at New Zealand because he got stuck in New Zealand and just liked it. So he was just like, fuck it.
Okay, yeah.
I'm staying here. Which is fine. That's going to do some interesting consequences on New Zealand's economy. Like, literally, those CSGO transactions coming in suddenly.
Yeah. Big benefit is it's one of the few places that doesn't have the virus anymore.
Yeah, it's quite the meme, to say the least. But the thing is that they want to make everything remote work, so I don't know how many people or how much of the headquarters is actually going to go to New Zealand, but putting that aside, in an interview there was a pretty strong hint at some sort of Index 2 kind of meme.
I'll
which
keep
is a
my eye
great
on
end.
that then. Yeah, I'll definitely keep my eye on it then.
Yeah, it's something for sure to be on the lookout for. I mean, it's obvious VR is going to be the next big thing, if not already, to some degree.
Yeah.
On the topic of next big thing, though, I've fallen down the VTuber rabbit hole.
Same.
I've fallen down so deep. I remember last year when I heard of VTubers, I was like, the first one, like first popular.
Yeah.
I got fucking bamboozled because I had this really weird thing where I actually thought it was an AI, and when I checked it out, it was a clip of her acting really fucking weird in a game. So
Gotcha.
and having weird interactions with chat. So I was convinced that this was just like Google chatbot, but they put it on YouTube and gave it an anime personality, and I was like, yeah, sure, okay, that's cool, but it's just an AI, so whatever. Like, nice tech project, but like, okay. So for the first like, when I first heard about them in like 2017-ish, I was like, nice. The AIs are here to take over, and
they're here to take our creative jobs as well.
Yeah, that is not what was going on. And then eventually earlier this year, I started checking out some clips, and I was like, I understand now. I've seen everything. So which ones do you follow?
Corone and Olive Hololive EN is who I watch mostly.
Yes. I definitely follow Ian, like primarily. I've been following Pekora, a bunch of them as well. I actually have been also checking out Hollow Stars in the last couple of days.
Yeah, I've been
It's
interested
interesting.
in Hollow Stars. I've watched a lot of clips of Roberu.
Yeah, he's quite the meme lord.
The winning son.
This is truly. What has prompted me to look at Hollow Stars again actually is Pizza Man, the old dude, because there's the whole debacle of pineapple on pizza, and he has recently put out an official statement approving of pineapple on pizza.
Yeah.
So the hashtag Team Pineapple is proving stronger and stronger, so it's quite the meme there.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that.
For sure. But anyways, that as far as main YouTubers, yeah, HoloEN in general, and yeah, I follow a lot of them. Muna as well, so that's always a funny.
I followed Muna recently as well.
Yeah, I'll also related to Muna, Yofi's English is actually really good. I did not expect that. I had no idea. But anyways, I also so the first VTuber I followed, and I feel like that's almost a weird statement. The first one that I followed that I was like, oh wait, yeah, I should watch VTubers was actually Lulu, Yuji Sanji.
Who?
Lulu.
Lulu.
Yeah, it's fun. She played a lot of like Dark Souls games, and what she's most famous for is like probably not being a human being. Like she had a concert and she was like, "Oh, look at all the humans," and then everyone's like,
"Wait,
what?" And there's just a lot of memes like that. You know, and you have to be careful what you say in the videos, or you might get poofed out of existence. The funniest, like, people say that she's not human largely because this VTuber did a 12 hours or like a 10-hour Dark Souls stream or get over it or something like crazy, and then they, without a break, played Fit. They played Ring Fit for 12 hours afterwards. So they did 20 plus hours of streaming. But it's like, it's not even just like chat and stream. It's like, no, it's Dark Souls, which is pretty mentally taxing, and then going into Ring Fit. So it's like, that's the point where like people are also very concerned for this person's health. Like, that's not healthy.
Well, like just like yesterday or 2 days ago, Corona said that she was going to be in and out of the hospital because the doctors said that she basically wasn't sleeping enough. And I think like a day or two before that, she did like a 48-hour Assassin's Creed stream.
Corona? Really? Oh, yeah. Damn.
She does like hardcore endurance streams of like retro games often.
Yeah, that's it's always dangerous whenever you see stream until clear. That's a fun. But truth be told, I feel like if I did get into streaming, that's the part of the reason I haven't actually made that step to re-enter the scene. Well, there's two things. The first one is I think I want to rebrand.
Gotcha.
The second thing is I feel like if I had one thing, you know, I don't know if you saw the clip of Pekora giving advice to what was probably Kiara at the time on like, you know, what is the key to being a VTuber, you know, inspirational. It's like, you know, you have to give what's your appeal and figure out like what sort of personality you want to present. Now, personality you want to present, I'll probably you know, be mostly as myself, of course, but the big thing that I like realized quite a while ago, but I think it's a prerequisite, is I think the biggest appeal that I have is I'm probably one of the few people that I know that could probably unironically listen to like dumb song plays for 12 hours kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
I've seen the Discord.
yeah, so this has led me to believe that okay, my point of appeal is my probably
Media share.
statistically higher than average mental fortitude. And I feel like the best way this translates is with endurance streams. So what I need to do to really start back is figure out how can I basically stabilize my main job, you know, being a banker boy and everything, to not just make time in the sense of make time for an hour a day, but make time in the sense of like, okay, I need to like get my shit together and do like a 7-hour stream on Saturdays, and that's just going to be my thing. I feel like that's that's where I could probably pull in people and, you know, thrive.
Definitely. Especially if you do donation media shares, you know, $5, people get to play whatever audio they want on your stream.
Oh, that's that's a dangerous thing to do. It's a lot of power.
You could adjust the price.
Of course. It's the problem with that is there's always going to be someone who does something that's like not too smart. But anyways, another thing as well is one thing that I actually liked and I was impressed with my ability to do when I was streaming Roblox is my ability to keep it mostly family friendly.
Yeah.
It like I didn't realize until that point, but I can not swearing. I don't have as much of a foul mouth as I previously thought of myself. So if I can keep it family friendly like Pikumi, I think I'll be all set.
Yeah,
I don't know if
doable.
How much Pikumi VTuber memes you've seen, but she's quite the. Yeah, I mean, there's the infamous one that's a JoJo reference with the "Let's kill the whole," and then it's just like, wait, what? Yeah, Pikumi is another big VTuber that actually got me into it, but she was like one of the first bilingual ones that hit it kind of big. Yeah. Now Kiara is like big on the bilingual scene. Like that's a spicy Dwang right there. So here's the hard question then. So how do you rank the Hollow EN members? So that's like cutting out the bullshit and getting straight to the heart of the matter. Like,
yeah, I've been enjoying a lot of Ame's streams. Generally.
See, that's also the thing is that asking someone who's into VTubers and basically saying, all right, how do you rank HoloLive EN is basically also a personality test.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I've thought about this a lot, and I think my rankings are definitely, well, they're not all equally distant from the top of the top, but anyways, my favorite is probably Kiara, closely followed by Ame. Just gotta get that high energy fried chicken vibe, you know?
Yeah.
Hashtag bottom left. Then I would probably say Ino, and then Budo I'd put in fourth place, and then last is Callie. But I feel like Callie is one of those weird VTubers where I really like some of her clips, but 99% of the time I'm like, cool vibe, but I don't know. I'd rather run a restaurant, be an employee at a restaurant now.
I think I tend to watch Ame the most. and then Gura out close second. So
Well, when I started, I walked on it the most, and then I realized that Kiara is just Ame, but more bottom left.
I haven't watched enough Kiara yet. I have her Sunshine stuff saved for later.
Yes. Same for me. One of the things that really convinced me that Kiara is like meme vibes all around is the fucking road rage in Mario Kart. It's there. It's very there.
Yeah. I've seen a few clips of the collab that she did with Ina.
Wait, which one?
Ina and Kiara played Mario Kart together.
Yes, the swimsuit battle. I remember that. Yes, very important.
If I had to rank them, I guess I would say Ame first, Gura second. I guess Callie third, Ina fourth, Kiara last. That's just like kind of like how I tend to watch them, like how often.
Yeah. Well, that's also another thing is like I should put a disclaimer. It's like while I've given them ranks, like honestly, they're all top tier. You know,
Yeah,
like it in hindsight of like most streamers and whatnot, these are all. You know, it's just like me putting Callie at the bottom is not saying that she's trash. It's just that I like the other.
Yeah, definitely. It's a matter of taste, not quality.
Yeah, it's also most of them we have a rough idea of who they were before, but Callie actually because I listened to her music before she was Callie. So to me, I knew the voice. Like as soon as she started her debut, the first song, I was like, "Oh, it all makes sense now." Have you listened to Callie's like old songs from her previous life?
I haven't actually. I haven't.
Okay, I'll send that your way. They're pretty good songs
Thank you.
actually, and it's quite the meme.
Yeah, she does great music work.
Yeah, honestly, I think she she's clearly the musician of the group, and I think she is pretty good at that. And that how good she is will be probably even more apparent if you check out one of her old channels. She's been doing music for quite a few years. She's very good, very good at rapping. I mean, that much is obvious, but
yeah.
Oh, what you got to get in here is like a groovy bot or something. And although I would say with that advice though is don't put it at 100% volume.
Yeah, definitely.
That's the pro tip. But yeah, that's Demon Dice is one of the. Demon Dice is Callie's like old name, but Demon Dice was part of a group called Fake Type or something. If memory serves me right. So, anyways, if you listen to the voice, it's very obvious and distinct.
Yeah, I'll check that out after stream. I actually don't know much about the Hollow YVN girls before they started VTubing, I guess. It's the verb.
Yeah, it's the it's verb now. It's one of those things where on one side of things, I want to like respect the culture of like, you know, don't go digging people's past. Like I vibe that. That's I like that. But it's just Callie is just like for me it's just
you already know.
I literally downloaded a bunch of her songs on my phone not that long ago, so it was just kind of like, oh, you can't hide that good of a singing talent. So that's the so generally speaking, I don't go digging too deep, but I have a friend who Kevin, who's quite in touch with the Chinese community, and they've done their investigative journalism, to put it lightly.
Gotcha.
Like I've seen the ages of all the Hololive members, and I vibe. There's Marine's not the only boomer. But okay, I actually kind of think that like they've nailed it on the type of people to get in. It's also hilarious because more so than that their actual age, what I feel is more important is just what did they grow up with, because you can have someone 32, 33, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, sure, whatever, but it's like, what are the TV series that you watched? What are the games you played growing up? What are the, what's your lineage matters more than the actual number of your age.
Yeah, definitely.
So but it's also like, you can figure out people's ages if you just ask them, ask someone, what did you watch as a kid, and they say Astro Boy. Look, that, But yeah, I don't know. Kiara, to not go too deep into it, but to just keep it broad. Yeah, Callie just did music. She's just a musician. Kiara was most likely a cosplayer, but I'm personally not convinced of the evidence. Like an actual, like one of these like blog hosting like cosplayers that like somehow have enough sponsors and shenanigans going on to kind of survive on that.
Gotcha.
Although I think she did. If that person is Kiara, which is debatable to begin with, but if that is true, they probably also had some other jobs or stuff they did. But but yeah, cosplayer was their main claim to fame, which is kind of interesting because VTubing is like, it's like you're cosplaying a character all the time, but it's online, so it's like you don't actually dress up.
Pandemic
mentally dress
cosplay.
up. Yeah. But anyways, it's and yeah, she definitely had like not like an OnlyFans, but like a safe for work equivalent of that.
Gotcha.
So it's that was a vibe. And then Amelia is actually the darkest, most unknown past as far as I know. Also, because of her hiccups, it's like very, like if anyone on the internet had the hiccups, people are just gonna be like, so I feel like she was the most likely person to have just been a regular person that was just like, you know what, I'll audition, and isn't necessarily that hardcore affiliated with like a previous scene, let's say.
Yeah.
Gura was
my only thoughts on him is she could have been a streamer before, just like a regular streamer, because she said that when she auditioned, she liked streaming and talking to people.
Yeah, probably was. I don't doubt it. She's a lot closer to a classic streaming personality. Gura was actually a different VTuber before.
Really?
Yeah, but she did a lot of editing work and did a collab thing with another famous YouTube person. I forget who it was, if it was Lily Pichu or whoever the fuck. It might have even been LD, I don't remember, but some other famous person. She was like an editor and songwriter for them, but the main claim to fame was just mostly just being a different VTuber, which is very interesting. Very meme-tastic VTuber. We'll send memes your way.
Gotcha. Many thanks.
This is respectable content. Yeah. And Ina, I mean, I don't know. Ina was an artist before being a like. Is that even a statement? I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't really gone too far out of my way to like really. It's just need to figure out their weight and what like. I'm not gonna go the whole 2 miles there.
Yeah.
Seems like a good idea.
Okay. Circuitry. Hello.
Nice.
Oh man, the Ultra Beasts are going to be quite the thing in raids because they also have Beast Boost.
Yeah, I should try and see. Is it even possible to finish the complete Pokédex?
Like full all the game's history Pokédex? No, still not.
What's missing though? Like Celebi and a few other.
No, all the mythicals and most of the legendaries, if not all of them, are in now. But what's missing is like roughly like half of the Synodex and a few other odds and ends from other generations. So the majority of missing Pokemon being Sinnomons is what people are saying it's going to be on Gen 4 Remake.
I should clarify what I meant to say because that's right. By default, not all the Pokemons are in. What I was thinking of isn't the fact that the full dex has been slimmed down to like 500 or whatever, but just out of those 500 you do have, is it possible to attain all of them? I expect that to be the case, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were like, yeah, we added this one, although technically no one can get this Pokemon because it would require like transferring through a service that no longer exists or something.
All the Pokemon are obtainable, catchable in-game if you have both DLCs. If you don't have the DLCs, you can still transfer those Pokemon.
I like that. That's the good stuff.
Mm-hmm. There's also a few exclusive Pokemon to the DLCs. With brand new Pokemon.
Yeah. Well, I'm super down with the new Reggies being added. Like that's just some good stuff.
But yeah, this content is accessible basically after you get access to the train station.
Oh, that's pretty early game.
Yeah. You do have a battle with Peony, who has a level 70 Copper Raja, but I found out that even if you lose to him, you can just keep going. So, you know, if you get your starter up to like level 12 or whatever after like the first rival fight, hop on the train and go catch level 70 legendaries.
That's almost like a whole other way of playing the game. I mean, even if you put aside the level difference, let's say hypothetically that you just caught low-level things in the DLC area, which I assume exists. The fact that you get different starting options could be pretty meme-worthy.
I think the Pokemon in the wild scale to where you are in the game, but the legendaries don't.
I see.
So the Circuitry isn't shiny, so I'm not going to take it, because it seems like as long as you don't take the legendary Pokemon or the Ultra Beast, it'll show up again in the raids.
Oh, so you can just keep... See, that's just a good mechanic.
I've also seen Jimmy Wetzel streaming him trying to get shiny Regieleki, and you can just run away from it.
It's like, what
Do you
color
know?
is it? Yeah, tell me. I need to know.
The blue bands on it are white. That's it.
I can't imagine that.
But yeah, with the new Reggie at least, and probably the older ones too, you can just run away from them, and then like the statue, that puzzle that you have to do to activate them, just goes back to sleep.
Oh wow! You're not joking when you said it's just the little rings are white instead.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, that's a disappointing. That's some Zapdos level disappointment.
The shinies for the new Galarian birds though are pretty nice though.
Yeah, I'm tempted to say I'm a fan of the like just the Galarian birds in general. I think that was a good way to take something old and spice it up nicely.
Yeah. The only misstep with them is that they're all still flying type.
Oh, that's, that's fine. This is fine.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, anyways, I sent you a video with Gura's past life. And I think that the thumbnail speaks volumes about she was always a meme lord. Like, very balls deep meme lord.
Yeah.
This entire channel, like 3/4 of the videos is her being very, very drunk.
Oh, I definitely have to check that out then.
Oh yeah, in one of the meme discords that I'm in, I did a fucking VTuber tier list. That's a good vibe, good meme. Gonna have to, but that was like old. So now what I'm probably gonna do is remake the VTuber tier list with my more advanced and sophisticated knowledge of the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do also follow a couple of like small time VTubers as well. One of the small, I follow a German VTuber because I don't know why, it just kind of happened. It just kind of happened. I can't explain it.
It really
if I had to
sometimes.
say, if I had to say something, it's probably the art style. I think it's one of my favorite character designs. Because it's like, instead of like regular moe, it's kind of like a soft pastel color scheme and style instead of super bright.
Yeah.
But anyways, small channel, good vibes, very dank. Mocha is a good VTuber, trust.
I'll check
Please
it out.
subscribe. Propaganda.
The only other VTubers that I follow would just be like Nyanners.
Yeah, I couldn't handle Nanners.
No?
Somehow, Kiara, I'm all in, but Nanners, I'm like, nah. Mommy Milky's, nah. You could take the Drake meme or whatever, where it's like, one panel he's like disgusted, and the other one he's like, yeah, that's right. It would be like that, where it's just like Nanner, Mommy Milky's, and then the other panel is like bottom left Kiara, and I'm like, yeah.
I feel you. But her 37-minute reaction to Cold Steel videos is pretty great.
Yeah, I haven't seen that many clips from Nanners, but the few that I have, I was like,
Some
this
of
is
them are really
funny.
out there.
Yeah. I was like, this is funny, but also, I don't know. One of the weird things, and this definitely contributes to the success of Hololive, is just the way that the like personalities of just like come through.
Mm-hmm.
Like the way I described it to someone that I knew is like when you have a character role for a movie, different actors are going to approach it differently. But the best actors, think like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Silverstone, or Sylvester, or, like the super famous actors, right? Like Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan. You know, what makes them the best of the best in acting is that they can take a character and somehow they're able to sort of put their own unique spin on it, where it kind of feels like it's very authentic and it's a piece of them is there on top of the character. Like it's the next level of acting where it's like they're taking on the role, but as they're playing the role, they're leaving a little bit of them in there somehow. But it not in a way that conflicts with the character, but in a way to add to it. And I feel like a lot of Hololive, some of them play more of the character or / idol, and some don't. But even the ones that do play more of a character, it really feels more authentic to me, and than say other VTubers. It just feels like there's to be cliche. The cliche way of saying it is, really feels like they're putting some soul in it in a way.
Yeah, I get that.
Which ultimately, I think that's the reason why Hololive is so famous. Is they've picked up talents that are just a little bit of a notch above your average people.
Yeah.
Did you watch the Kiara Ame chess game?
I've seen a highlight compilation of that because I didn't.
Okay, because that was something. That was something real special.
Yeah.
I don't know how much chess you've played, but it's wonderful.
A decent amount, enough to know that that game could have ended much earlier.
It could have ended much earlier, but it like goes deeper than that. It's just mistakes on mistakes, bad decisions.
Yeah.
And just they're not quite as popular because memes, but the Hollow Stars actually also did a chess game. Roberu versus Izuru, which is
the thumbnail.
Yeah, so neither of them know how to play. They are literally half the time is them trying out positions to figure out how the pieces.
That sounds like most people's first days in college.
Is very much like that, and all I have to say is the outcome, the who came out on top there and whatnot. The outcome of the game is not what you think as you're watching it. It's a real plot twist in there.
Gotcha.
Mocha can just win. Chess is one of those weird games where it's so frustrating to watch.
Yeah.
It's fun to play, but frustrating to watch because you always see or think of moves that are different, and then you forever get the what if they did the other move.
Yeah.
In a way, a way, it's both the greatest streamer game and the worst streamer game at the same time.
Yeah.
Move the queen. Yes! Because I'm watching your stream and a VTuber stream at the same time.
Nice.
I'm multi-stream drifting.
I tried to 5-way stream all of Hololive VN streams on Halloween. It did not work out all that well.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. The one that I did was when they played Among Us, the Hololive EN versus Fifth. I had like 6 streams open, but I feel like that works because you're basically you only have one audio coming in, like whoever's voice you want to listen to or perspective, and then it's just keeping track of where everyone is on the map. It's a lot more manageable than most, because Among Us is just, manageable meme sauce.
Mm-hmm. The only issue comes in is like if multiple of them are dead at the same time, and it's like, okay, let me. Well, it's really only at the meeting is where you mute everyone else, but if multiple people are dead at the meeting, then it's like you have to have all their audio on if you want to hear each person's thoughts.
Yeah. The inner thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
The where the real planning and conspiring happens. Have you seen Polka's stream? Have you checked out Polka?
I've seen clips of her playing Among Us with English fans, which is pretty great.
The 300k VTuber.
Yes.
Oh my god, dude. That's I used to just not care about Polka, and then I saw that, I was like, holy shit, this is the strongest defense I've ever heard. That, like, just if you're playing Among Us and your defense is I'm a 300k sub VTuber, holy shit. Big brain.
Yeah.
The other side of the, let's say, personality spectrum is Artemis of the Blue. Have you been following that? Other shard?
I followed her Twitter a while back, and what's your debut stream? I need to catch up on her other ones.
Yeah, it's actually, I find that her debut stream was actually quite weak compared to her regular streams, to be honest.
Gotcha. I sort of felt that.
Like, I watched her play. She's actually, let's say, above average at Mario Kart, so that's interesting. It's also interesting that she, in the debut stream, it speaks for itself. Plays League of Legends, great. Dislikes gamers,
yeah.
It's just like, yes, balanced as all things should be.
Also, I just got a Master Ball.
That's pretty big vibe. I'm guessing you can... Wait, how does that work? Yeah, how the fuck did you get that? I know this guy's a DLC dude. I don't remember.
I'm just going through the story, and he's like, oh, come back and we'll get to exploring. Oh, by the way, here's an outfit and a Master Ball. He gave me the clues to catch the Reggies, or open the temples to the Reggies.
Oh, they still did a temple thing?
Mm-hmm.
Did they use the Braille code? Or is it...
They're like children's drawings with like a short paragraph underneath it with missing words. I can show you probably.
That's fine. It's not like a huge deal, but part of the reason I like the Reggies is because they were probably the only legendaries that had legitimate puzzles to them. Where it's you walk into a room. Well, so I just didn't know about them. So I just found this random ass cave, and then I press on the text, and I see something that I had never seen before, and I'm like, what the fuck? And then I showed my parents happened to see it, and they're like, oh yeah, we know what that is. I have a book with that upstairs in a cabinet. I'm like, what? There's a secret that I don't even know about, and it's a real fucking thing. Like I don't know. I was
that's like a really cool discovery.
It was just a really cool discovery thing going. Like, it's very. I experienced that the authentic way, pre-internet, is the best way I could describe it. So obviously, I'm quite affectionate of the Reggies. Also, the namesake is quite the meme, if I say so myself. But putting aside the name memes, it's just the puzzle element was like big deal, and I was like, yeah, I dig.
Something interesting I actually found out recently when I was looking up stuff about the Reggies is that Registeel is the weakest one out of all of them.
Definitely, yeah, by far. Now, keep in mind, you do get all the steel resistances, so it pans out. Like, there's... I get it. Steel type is, like, getting hit for half damage on, like, a third of the types is kind of a big deal.
Oh, Pokemon follow me now. Okay. Yeah, I was just surprised that he was, like, down, like, almost, like, 100 base stat points.
Yeah, it's excessive. Don't get me wrong. It's rather unfortunate, a little extreme. But I get the reason why they did it, is Steel is not a type you can treat like the others.
Okay, so, wait. I can buy big pearls? Why?
To give Pokemon to hold.
True.
Transfer of wealth, easy.
See, when you pass away and have to transfer your fortune to your Pokemon, you have to give them held items.
Well, I feel like it's just if you're handing out Pokemon to strangers or you're breeding them or whatever, and someone's like, "Oh yeah, finally, the one Pokemon I was looking for," and instead of a rare candy, you just put that or something.
Yeah.
This is the kind of little attention to detail that leads me to believe that there could still be more DLC, because they seem to have made a lot of decisions that are, we want you to play this game forever, so in making this item limited and you'll probably restart multiple times, blah blah blah, we're just, like, even something useless like pearls you can buy. Because don't know why, but you, for some reason, you might need
just have the option.
200. Yeah. And that's the kind of, like, they've made a lot of design decisions like that. Enough that it makes me think that if there's an argument for, like, more DLC and whatnot, it's the way that they've made the game is very much, this is supposed to be the ultimate Pokemon game. And I'd say it's partially lived up to that, at least, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think so. Now, the big question is, do I just catch the Reggies to get the new ones? Or do I shiny hunt all of them?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I just don't have a good answer to that.
I did just start Pokemon Emerald, so I could shiny hunt for them in those, but the odds are double.
Emerald?
Mm-hmm. I
Don't
managed.
Regidrago and Regielect are in Emerald,
Yeah.
right?
No, they're not. I meant like the three first Reggies.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah, because I recently bought a couple retro games. I got legitimate copies of Ruby and Emerald, as well as a not for resale copy of Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. And,
What do you mean by not? Like, how is this different than regular?
I don't think it's different than regular in any way. I think it was just a copy of the game that was given to like a game reviewer that was then put up on eBay.
That's what you mean. I thought that you meant in that sense that you're claiming that it's not for resale. And I was like, what is the box speed up so badly that, like, you know, it's...
No, there's like a weird like crinkle effect on like the holographic stuff on the back side of the box. But there is like a big not for resale label printed on the cover box art on the back.
Have you checked if it's worth something?
Have I checked what?
If it's worth something?
Well, I bought it for about $90, which was like about the same price as other inbox copies of XD Gale of Darkness were. So I don't think so. I don't think the not for resale adds much, if any, value to it, since the game's already fairly rare. Especially like with like all the inserts. Mine did have the inserts, and I saw like other ones that weren't for resale that did have the inserts for only like $20 to sometimes $80 more, just because some people are crazy and think that it's worth a lot more.
That's always a potential thing. Here's the catch. I'm just checking markets, and it does seem. Well, I mean, first things first, you got a decent sale on it, but it does seem that like people are not distinguishing between the OG copy and the not for resale version.
Yeah.
But here's the catch. To be honest, this feels like a CS:GO situation. And what I mean by that is I'm willing to bet that what you have is probably worth like 150 or 130 or something. If you're patient enough to sell it. Because something about this seems weird, price-wise. Oh, never mind.
Huh.
It's just the copy that was bundled with the GameCube.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably why there's no actual price difference.
Yeah.
I thought that maybe it was like, yeah, those random copies seem to be selling above average price. Maybe that's what those are. Because, for example, in Counter-Strike, the item market, you'll have an item that's worth, like, let's say $1, and then every, like, once a month, you'll see one that sells for, like, $200. But usually it's because it's a special variant, or, like, it's like, in the system, yeah, okay, it's listed the same, but it's like some sort of special variant of the gun or whatever. So sometimes, if you look at the data, it's not obvious that that's what's going on. I thought maybe it was the same situation, but no, it's just bundled with the GameCube, so it's just me.
Yeah, the copy that I actually got didn't mention it was not for resale, so I was surprised when I looked at it once it got here.
Yeah, most not for resales are console bundles or store demos. Very interesting. Other than that, I know that you have significantly more collectibles than I do.
Probably. So,
if I recall correctly, you have a copy of Earthbound, right?
On
Memory.
the SNES, no. I do not have
a
NES card of Mother. Or
then,
of not Earthbound, but of Mother, yes.
The first one.
Yes, the first Famicom cart. Yes.
Okay. That might why I'm confused. The yeah. So then, what are the collectibles that you have? Because here's the thing: I found out recently that I actually have games that are valuable, but I didn't collect them in the sense that like I bought them after the fact. I just got them at the time, and they happen to have been memes.
Well,
but so yeah, what's your collection? What are your prize trophies in your collection?
Let's see. I have the bonus disc for Pokemon Coliseum, which basically lets me print Jirachis, as many as I want. So I can just flood the market with those and eventually shiny hunt for one.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Because I've seen like a bunch of those like distribution DS carts on eBay, and those sell for roughly around like 90.
Yeah, it's a strange market. It really is. I found out about that like last year, like only quite recently.
I have the mini NES and SNES from both North America and Japan, so the mini Famicom, mini Super Famicom.
Yeah, that's a sought after thing.
I mean, I got a good handful of N64 games, like, you know, all the main hits, Banjo-Kazooie, Tooie, the Mario games, Pokemon Stadium 1 and 2, Pokemon Snap. Surprisingly, don't have Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask yet.
Interesting. The three main things that I ended up with that are valuable are Nintendo 64 games. The original Super Mario 64 is I'm just assuming it's worth something, just because it's
probably
a game people care about. Let me check.
Who knows if the re-release has made it gone up or down. Let's see, gotta get some good Pokemon for catching, because I've just been using Pokemon that I've been catching on the DLC.
Oh, yeah, Super Mario 64 is like somewhere between $40 to $100, depending on like if you have the box or whatnot. Which in my case I do, but it's still my box was pretty beat up. The other than that, I have Ocarina of Time, but I don't have the regular version. I have a golden cartridge.
Okay.
So that's actually worth like a bunch.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that was a thing. I just bought it because like I was at the game store and I was like, oh, my friend played this, and they said lots of good things about it. So you know, I'll buy it now and check it out later. By the way, it turned out like every other thing I do, where I played it for like a little bit and then I was like, all right, I'll finish this later, and then I never did.
It really be like that.
But I'm kind of glad that I didn't do it, because now it's something I can stream down the road.
Definitely, yeah. Oh,
so
what's real fun is that Ocarina of Time Online.
Online? How's that work?
Basically, you all play at the same time. You open up treasure chests, and whatever item someone else picks up, they also get. You can also mix it in with a randomizer. Recently, there was like a Halloween
I was gonna
update.
Say, so is this just randomizer, but the randomizer's other people?
Yes, you can randomize where everything is, what you need to unlock certain items, and just have a bunch of people running around.
Is this a mod and an emulator? Or is this like?
Yes, it's a mod and an emulator. Okay. I believe ModLoader 64 is what you want to use. I have to look into it. A streamer that I follow did it recently with a Halloween update, which had like different skins you could unlock by defeating Shadow Links. So if you wanted, you can run around Hyrule Field as a stormtrooper or Goron or.
The fact that people added skins for a game that old is just fascinating.
Yeah.
The yeah, then the last game that I got that was like one of my favorite games, but that I was like really surprised that it turned out valuable, is Bomberman 64: The Second Attack.
That one's pretty rare.
Which is apparently that's a rare game. I just didn't know that. I got it at the local like rental store, and it was my favorite game, so I just kept renting it. And at some point for Christmas, my mother basically just asked the store manager, just like, "Hey, can we just like buy it?"
Nice.
And the store manager's like, "Yeah, sure. Like you guys rented it enough times that it's like, yeah, sure." And you know, most rental places were struggling anyways, so they obviously welcomed the offer. And then, yeah, like I never realized that people like knew about this game or cared about it or that it was rare or anything like that. I was just like, yo, this is Bomberman, but you get to put down different types of bombs, and it has a good plot. You know, I thought it was good at the time when I was like 10. So, this is just amazing. I also have Bomberman Hero, which is
I love Hero.
Not as rare, but it seems to be quite loved. Everyone likes that one. I actually like the second attack.
Is so good.
It really is. It's quite legendary. I feel like that's definitely its real claim to fame, because it has the best elevator music that was ever composed.
Yes.
But other than these sort of random one-off N64 games, that's kind of the extent of my like I don't know, a bunch of PS2 games and other stuff. But as far as, let's say, collectible status, that's pretty much it. I don't really have anything else.
Yeah, I still have quite a bit. I mean, I have a handful of SNES carts, Mario World, Mario All-Stars with Mario World, Mario Paint, NBA Jam. I got some Super Famicom carts here too. Another copy of Mario World.
Mario Paint is quite valuable, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. I even, last time I was in Japan, I stopped by Super Potato and got a mouse and a mouse pad for it.
Interesting.
Thing is, like, retro games in Japan are like super cheap because like they have a lot of excess stock still. Like, I saw a wall that was just like floor to the top of just like Nintendo 64s.
That's just kind of nutty.
Yeah, I think you could buy them for like, I think they were like $18 to $20. Like Super Famicom Super Metroid in box, I think is like $40.
Damn, that's kind of nuts. When I went to Japan, I spent a good amount of time like looking around, but I never saw like retro gaming stuff. Like I did, but I didn't find anything that was particularly noteworthy, like low price N64s or anything like that. But that'll be something for another trip to look out for that stuff. And that's exactly the kind of stuff that, like, different people have different ideas of what they want to do on their vacation, and hunting for retro stuff, old electronics, is definitely on my list of things I'd like to do.
Same. A big catch that I wanted to get, but did not have enough money for, was Wario Land on the Virtual Boy. They had it for about $800.
Is that a good price? I have no idea what, like, that just sounds insane.
I'm actually not sure. I think, like, in box, I've seen it be sold for, like, $1,200.
Yeah, that's
But I'm pretty sure the copy that I saw was like just the cartridge.
That's kind of crazy. That's
Yeah,
some cool collector shit.
Mm-hmm.
No, when it comes to trips to Japan, the two big things that I'm like, yes, I want this, is I want to do this, are mostly not sightseeing based, but like actual experiences. One of the things I want to do, especially if I go again, is I want to sign up for a fighting game tournament at an arcade. Because when I went, I was surprised, and this is, I thankfully are one of the few people I know that actually knows a couple of things about fighting games. Melty Blood still has cabinets in Japan.
Nice.
Which is a PS2 game, effectively. It did get a PC update at some point, but the original version has cabinets. And when I went to Japan in 2017, there were still tournaments for Melty Blood on first Tuesday of the month or something.
Wow.
Which was just mind-boggling to me. Like, I looked at that and I was just could not believe that an ancient fighting game like this, mind you, it's a really good one, but still, like, there's just only like 2 cabinets left, but it still had an actual tournament. Like, there weren't any tournaments for the Tekken one, or like, this is this is like cult classic, a deep end of the spectrum shit right there, right?
Yeah.
But if I go, I want to become an anime character and just be that. No, so what I mean is I want to be that like stereotypical American that shows up at the tournament arc. That is like Bandit Keith levels of like what the fuck is going on. Just show up and be like, yes, I am a foreigner and I've signed up for this tournament and I've trained for 5 years at Guilty Gear, or Dragon Ball Z or whatever, and just come in, and as long as I make it past the first round, I'll be happy.
Well, start ordering your blonde hair dye, American head bandana, and sunglasses and denim jacket, and you'll be all set.
Yes, of course. Because I just think it'd be actually hilarious to. It would just be such an amazing experience to basically just be a stereotype of an anime, like be an anime trope, and just show up, and just watch people's reactions. Especially if you're not just like a button masher, but like you actually know your shit enough.
Yeah.
That's the thing, though, is it like I would have been absolutely destroyed though at, say, for example, the Multi Blood tournament, because it's like, okay, if you're playing Multi Blood in like 10 years after the game's release, okay, just okay.
Yeah.
There's probably not much I can do against you, but
Yeah, kind of hard to get practice in on those kind of games, especially against people that have been having monthly, weekly tournaments.
Well, yeah, there's just gonna be those couple of like Japanese dudes that like every day after work, this is just what they do instead of drinking. Which, to be fair, if I worked in Japan, I'd probably be that dude. Like,
Same.
Coworkers go to drink, and just be like, sorry guys, because that was one of the funny things too. Is in the arcade, I just straight up saw like a couple of salarymen that just played Tekken 7. Like they were clearly after work, they still had their briefcase and everything with them, and it's like,
Yep.
Yeah, I respect that. I vibe. I get it.
Yeah, like I was like leaving Tokyo Castle, I think it was, and there was just like a businessman and like a senior businessman like playing Pokemon Go at the gate, trying to take down a gym, and I actually joined them.
My favorite experience when I was there, so I'm sad that I had sort of kind of quit Pokemon Go when I went, but whatever. It is what it is. I was so there was actually this very interesting situation where I was lost, actually lost in Kyoto, and I had to get back with the group by like 6 p.m. And okay, there's like way more to this story, so I'll try to keep it short-ish. But long story short, the way it went down is I went to. Everyone wanted to do a resting day, but I wasn't super tired. I decided, all right, I'm gonna walk to the Golden Temple, which was like a 3-hour walk, and I'm also going to cover the two castles, or the Emperor's Court and the castle. I forget what it's called. That was there. So I basically did 3 like huge. Also, I see the puzzle. It's very chill puzzle.
Yeah.
Not as obscure as push this rock in these random directions like 5 times or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah. But actually get to get the door to open to this area, it's like you look at the door, and apparently the notes that you get like fill in the missing words on the door. So it was like like make the note, the piercing note that something.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Yeah, and the thing is, you just have to whistle.
Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, so anyways, long story short, I basically had spent like 13 hours on my feet. Like, I left at like 6 a.m. and I was supposed to meet up with the rest of the group at 6 p.m. I went to the Golden Temple, went back, walked through the entire city because I just didn't want to use transit. I wanted to like really like walk around the actual neighborhoods and not just like the touristic spots. It was actually really good. Like, I'm glad I did that. It's very different to just walk in a city, you know, in a different country that and not like necessarily in a tourist setting, but really just
Definitely.
walking around. It is very different. I liked it a lot. But anyways, at some point though, my phone died, and so I went to the police station to charge my phone, and they were like, "Oh shit, this fucking gaijin is fucked." Thankfully, they drew me a map, and I was able to like kind of figure it out and, you know, ask for directions. I had enough basic Japanese for that. Despite not having my phone to Google Translate or anything. Goes to show you why studying is worth it.
Yeah.
But on the way, after I left the police station, I was on my way to like the main food market in Kyoto. And because my phone had died at some point, right? Like died again after I left the police station because you know I only charged it to like 3.5% because I had to leave immediately again. So it's one of those like, it's like clockwork, you know. In order for me to have been lost, but also made it in time, but also like go charge it and everything, it's like I could only get it to like 3-4%, which was sufficient, especially with the map they'd given me. But what happened was, when I was left the police station and started walking again, because my phone was dead, I didn't know what time it was. So then I asked this old lady, this random old lady, what time it was, and she was like she was impressed with my Japanese pronunciation of, you know, it's a basic question, of course, like, what time is it? But she was impressed
like the best
enough.
feeling in the world, though.
Yeah, she was like clearly understood me, no problem. And then was very clear in her trying to communicate back. Just, you know, it's just very nice old lady. Also looked like the cliche old lady with the like the frizzy hair and like like I don't know. It's very much a trope. But she was playing Pokemon Go when I interrupted her. I was just like, oh. Okay, I get it. Pokemon Go is still mainstream in Japan, like, you know, and here the hype had died down enough that it was just not like the renaissance of Pokemon Go had not happened yet. It was really like
Gotcha.
kind of half. So to me, it was just like such a weird and special encounter because it was just like, yeah, had to ask what time it was to know if I could make it on time, like, or if I had to start running. And then, yeah, she was still just playing Pokemon Go, and I was like, I wish I kept it installed.
Yeah. Your phone probably would have died earlier, though.
Oh yeah, that would have just been murder on that day specifically. The another fun interaction. So keep in mind that there's so much shit. Like my shoes had like holes in them because I just didn't buy new shoes.
Yeah.
But you know, I still got by and it's just fine. But I just literally 6 a.m. showed up at a convenience store, bought 2 bottles of 2 liters of green tea, and that was my hydration for the day. Like I had my backpack and I was carrying literally like 10 pounds of just green tea for hydration.
Yeah.
Because it was a hot day. I knew it was going to be a hot day, and it was just like a big trek.
Are killers.
Hiking for 12 hours in Kyoto, you're gonna need that 4 liters of green. So it's definitely kind of funny, you know. Just definitely had a few times where I had people give me that look where, because with the backpack and everything, I also looked like the stereotypical otaku of just like, and I had a plaid shirt, so I just looked the role. But you know, it's just like a foreigner is just stopped on the sidewalk, taking a break, drinking green tea, covered in sweat, and it's just like, yep, that's what I chose to do instead of taking a break. Definitely didn't get it. Had a lot of nice pictures. It was very happy I did it, but my god, by the end of the day I was super exhausted, and it was quite the adventure. The other thing that was amazing is I thought I had lost my lost my phone in a convenience store. But really what I'd done is I put it on my backpack, but it didn't fall off when I put on my backpack. So I was just like, panicking. An old dude went into the bathroom after I came out, and I was like, as soon as he came back out, it was like, mate. I had to like go look for my phone in the bathroom. I was all panicking. And then at some point, I took off my backpack, and the old ladies were just kind of like watching me, and they could tell that I was distressed, right? And looking for something. And then as soon as I took off my backpack and I saw it like packed on top of my backpack, like neatly snugged, they were all like, yokata, like, you know, it's just good. Good on you, finding your cell phone. They had understood why I was flipping the fuck out. It was just everyone was happy. No one got fucked.
Yeah.
Anyways, it was definitely made me realize that it's good and all to check out the temples and the scenery, but walking around and those experiences is definitely the main focus of, if I go again, I definitely want to go fight in a tournament. I want to, if possible, it's a little bit trickier, I'd like to go watch a sumo match live. I think that would be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Like a unique experience to see it in person.
Definitely.
Yeah, because, like, I don't know, I feel like going to just a museum or whatever, it's good, it's a fun experience, but there are some very unique things you can do while you're there that you literally cannot do anywhere else in the world. Like play Guilty Gear X or Rev in a tournament. That is more or less seriously, and that has cabinets for the tournament, not just on PS4. Because I think Japan is pretty much the only country you could actually do cabinet tournaments realistically. Also went into a pachinko place. Didn't try it out. Very interesting that they had JoJo pachinko machines.
They have everything pachinko machines. There's sexy Silent Hill ones now.
Yeah, like that's. Well, I mean, could, yeah, of course there is. You know, we could had more Metal Gear, more, but it's
Yeah,
just,
not.
or we could have actual Telltale games, but no. But yeah, it was quite something to see that in person.
Yeah,
I so when you
I stayed away from there. Too much smoke and too much noise. Just walking past them, like
oh
in
yeah,
Akihabara, it was
the
deafening.
smell, the smell and the noise is like everyone else in my friend group was like, oh god, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna do a quick run. I wanted to experience the literal toxicity
Yeah,
is the only way to describe that. The literal toxicity. But to me, because I'm a big fan of a few gambling mangas and animes, it was something that I wanted
it's definitely an experience.
to
Yeah.
get. Yeah. Are you familiar with Kaiji?
No.
Okay. It's just a manga series where it's about gambling. There's a whole pachinko arc, and it's just it's a quite the meme, to say the least. So, anyways, I braved the toxic smoke and whatnot, and actually went in there. So, anyways, what did you end up doing when you went to Japan?
A lot. The first trip was in 2015, and that was how long
Well,
did we? I think stayed there like a month
I
and a half.
my second trip was planned to be this October.
Yeah.
It did not happen.
Yeah. I can't imagine why.
That's hilarious. Also, actually, because you might care about this,
Mm-hmm.
apparently the Japanese government is subsidizing tourists
Oh.
to like jumpstart the. This will be a thing in 2021 mostly. So you can probably go to Japan for very cheap if you figure out when and you apply to the Japanese government.
I will definitely keep an eye on that.
So,
Because
anyways, what you do on your first trip? Well, let's hear the story time.
first trip was kind of hectic because I went with my dad, and my dad likes to. Whenever he travels, he wants to see every landmark. We went to Europe last year, and I was like, okay, we got to see the Eiffel Tower, we got to see the 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 Arc, and we
I
got to
I
see Big Ben, and got to go by back to Buckingham Palace.
yeah.
Uh,
No, I understand that because I have a little bit of that in me as well. So
mm, yeah,
that's also
so
another second trip. I'm definitely going to be a lot, probably more relaxed, just because I more stuff and I don't feel the need
yeah, you got
to
part of your
necessarily.
checklist down.
Yeah, part of the checklist down, and it's all good.
Mm.
Yeah, it's also part of the thing is like I definitely want to. One of the things that we did when we went there, the first time on the first day, we just went to like a bar back alley, like
Oh, nice.
like as like the more, let's say, non-touristic kind of place. Because we had a tour guide with us that had actually lived there for like over a year, so they could
I
obviously
kind of had that
translate
luxury
really
as well.
well. Yeah, they could translate really well. They knew what were sort of the tourist traps to avoid,
Mm-hmm.
and we got the trade off is we had to cover their trip,
Hmm.
all expenses, but
Oh,
each of us individually, it basically meant that I paid something like $300 for a dedicated tour guide for 10 days.
that's not bad.
That's a pretty good deal given the like little extra things we got to do, and
Mm.
probably save that much by avoiding the like not so great places.
Yeah.
So,
Uh,
because we had this tour guide, we went to like a bar place that was just like really in the back. But if I visit again on the topic of experiences, I definitely want to go to a mobile ramen place, like just one of
Mm.
those pull up places where they have like 2, 3 benches and you just sit down and eat ramen.
Yeah.
Definitely want to have that authentic and depressing Japanese salaryman experience.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so your first trip, you went all over the place. You did all the famous landmarks.
Kind of. Because my dad met a Japanese friend through English class. They were both in California, where in the area that we live there, and there's an English school there, and they both went to it. They got to know each other. So when we finally went, she offered for us to use the guest room at the apartment complex. So
Nice.
for about a week, we got to live in an actual Japanese apartment complex, which is pretty nice. Although the
That's
guest
a
room
good-
is just the tatami mat and then the bathroom, unlike the rest of the apartments, which were like actual apartments.
So it was you lived in like a 2-mat setup, basically.
Kinda, yeah,
That's pretty hardcore.
yeah. Uh, but yeah, for like a few days there, we like went across the street to the 100 yen store and the grocery store to buy food and cook. We bought a bunch of fruit, and then she was really surprised because fruit's expensive, but the fruit
Yeah,
is
yeah.
insane quality. But we started in Tokyo. We did mostly major sightseeing around there. I got to do my 2 to 3 trips to Akihabara, mainly to Super Potato.
Also, I have a quick comment about Akiha or Akibahara. The surprisingly, surprisingly, an underwhelming place in some regards.
Yeah.
Uh, the and the what I mean by that is what we did on our trip is we went Tokyo to Kyoto, and on the way there we dropped by for like a day at Hiroshima to see all the museum they set up there as a memorial and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, I went
But-
there too.
But so then you know about this that there's like a mall that's just literally like 4 floors of just anime goods, cabinets, and just goodness that literally is as good, if not better, than Akihabara.
In Hiroshima?
Yeah, yeah. There, like I was more impressed with the figures selections in some of the stuff they had there, and cabinets as well, as for on the arcade side, than what they had like in the brunt of Akibahara. Like I don't know. I covered a lot. Because to me, a big thing that I did was really go from store to store and just trying to hunt everything I could. I was actually seeking out arcades. Like that was
Yeah,
a
yeah.
big thing. And yeah, there was like at least 2 or 3 floors that were like actual, like a healthy mix of
Anime.
Dance Dance Revolution to more niche music games to a couple of Street Fighter cabinets and whatnot. But that is already like more than the arcade scene in Akibahara. Like it's actually really.
There's
I-
something
I
in the
don't know.
arcade section.
Hiroshima, it had a hidden gen element that I did not expect in the least.
Yeah,
'Cause, yeah,
I completely missed that.
It could also be a. I went there in 2017, so it's also possible that it's a
Could
time
be newer,
thing,
yeah.
timing.
Yeah, because we went in 2018 and 2015, so I could have just like missed the window. Because in 2018 we didn't go back to Hiroshima.
Yeah.
Because like on the first trip when we went to Osaka Castle, they like closed down some of like the old like military dorms that were there to make a mall. And then when we went in 2018, the mall was open.
Interesting.
There's like a mini mall right next to Osaka Castle now. It's just like snack foods, and then they have like a historical theater thing, and then like a super bougie restaurant on the top on the roof.
Yeah. No, that's the good stuff.
Yeah, I played Pokken before it came out console in Akihabara back in 2015. So that was a kind of neat experience. Didn't spend all that much time at the arcade. It's just mostly like shopping and at Super Potato, and just like that one like main building right next to the train station that I feel like everyone ends up going to.
Yes, that's definitely definitely a thing. Yes, for sure. One of the big things that I enjoyed a lot, and we'll probably do again, is we stayed at a capsule hotel for like a week. Well, like 6 days. You know, it's just $35 a day in the heart of Shinjuku. It's just so good.
Yeah.
It was the great move to just stay at a capsule hotel for a bulk of the time. As long as you can, you know, live in the commons and you don't have a problem with that, and, you know, your bed is just a 2, which is fine, probably. Is that something you had the pleasure of trying out?
No, the first trip, we actually went and got expensive hotels for every single place except for the apartment, basically in Osaka. Even then, we partially had to get a hotel in Osaka because the apartment place only let you stay, I think, like 3 days max at a time. We stayed like 2 weeks in Osaka.
That's very interesting. Had no idea they had limits, but it's not far-fetched. Like, I get that. The big meme for us is we're definitely mostly efficient with our money, in the sense, like, yeah, we did capsule, then we did like an overnight bus, like, and then we stayed at like it was kind of a more traditional Japanese inn type place, not like a fancy hotel, but like little fancy, not very, but like the main point is that it was traditional Japanese style, kind of.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it was generally very cheap. Just the fact that half the trip we stayed in capsules, and overnight buses are high tier strat if you can sleep in them.
I sadly didn't get to experience like a Japanese style hotel. They've all been Western that we stayed with the first trip. I feel like if we do go Japanese style hotel, we definitely have to do that in like Hokkaido.
Oh, yeah, that's.
But like in 2018, Airbnb became a thing, so we just did that for both South Korea and Japan.
How'd that work?
Really well.
No problem.
Yeah, I mean, like the prices were like average around like $50-$60 a night.
Yeah, no, that's definitely very good. I very interesting that capsules are so competitive, so I might still opt for that. But yeah. Also, I should clarify, when I say capsules, not only it wasn't just the capsule hotel, it was also in a manga cafe. So like while you were staying there, you also had access to a massive library of like, you know, a few thousand volumes of lots of stuff. And it came with internet and some computers that you could use and log into.
Yeah.
And free ice cream, and free tea, and free soda.
Yeah, that's manga cafes are real nice. They're definitely like, they definitely seem too good to be true.
Yeah, well, it's just all of that for $35 a night. when it's just like you get a place to stay, showers, everything, and you get to read manga, and you get free ice cream, and you get free soda, and you get free barley tea.
Yeah, it's like, why pay for rent when you can just pay for Manga Cafe?
Well, it was like clearly like some sort of like specialty building of sorts. To have all of these things merged into one neat little package.
Mm-hmm.
And it was next to a convenience store, so for food we just walked.
Yeah.
1 minute, go downstairs, grab stuff, go back up.
Yeah, that's real nice. We went to a manga cafe in South Korea for a little bit.
Wait, that must be interesting because it's probably mostly Korean mangas.
No, not really. Actually, it was mostly Japanese.
Like in Japan,
yeah,
or
it was in Japanese.
Okay, that's interesting because I can read a little bit of Japanese, so I can at least get the big picture. Like I could probably read a manga in Japanese, but it would be difficult. But I could do it. I would also be very slow at doing it. But Korean, I know nothing about it, so I'd just be screwed.
It's fairly easy to learn. My mom and brother have been trying to learn it for quite a while, and they've gotten some things down.
Interesting.
Like Japan, you can survive on knowing English, but it definitely helps to know a fair amount.
Oh no, for sure, yeah. And I mean, it's especially useful to know a fair amount when you're looking for specific things. For example, when I went into a store and I was like looking for Konosuba figures, and this is probably the moment that I was the most disappointed in Akihabara. I was like, yeah, trying to communicate Konosuba figures, and they were like, what the fuck is Konosuba? And then that's when I realized that Konosuba is only popular in the Western sphere. Like, it wasn't popular in Japan. And I was like, oh. Like, you know, like, there is double disappointment that the staff didn't know about this series. Well, actually, it was kind of funny, because the guy that was helping me out was, like, not sure what it was, and then he asked, like, a girl in the back, and the girl in the back, like, immediately was like, ah, yes, that's on 5th floor in the southeastern corner on the 2nd cabinet. Just directly brought me there, and they had, like, they didn't have any figures, they just had literally, like, 2 pins. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Because that's one of those, like, life lessons from the trip that I learned is, yeah, what's popular in Japan is not what's popular abroad. Like, anime-wise, quite literally.
Yeah, I was looking, like, for some certain things, and, like, it's like either you find, like, in Akihabara, you either find, like, the newest stuff that's, like, airing at right now, or you find, like, the old classic stuff that's just, like, Dragon Ball and
yeah,
staples, One Piece.
One of the things that I definitely liked were the secondhand junk shops. Those were fun.
Yeah,
just
I went to
like
a few of those.
I got a figure for $15.
Nice.
And it's definitely like the original price, and I'm fairly confident it's the real thing. Is like probably $90. Catch is it's used, and it clearly has like a little mark on one of the knees. So like, you know, that explains why something like that was at that price. I don't know, though, it's still a good like a good find / souvenir, so you know, happy with that. I can also probably repair it if I really wanted to.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, the second-hand market in general is quite something.
Yeah.
And it's if I ever went to China,
Mm-hmm.
I would want to do the same thing actually, and go to Shenzhen, the main sort of technology, like electronic capital of China, and just go hunt for stuff.
Yeah, sounds fun.
It's like, yeah, okay, the Chinese wall and all that. Yeah, okay, it's fine and dandy, but
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, this started in Tokyo, went to Osaka, then Kyoto, then Hiroshima, then back to Tokyo. I think to fly out.
yeah, my path was very similar.
Hmm.
The second trip that we were planning, we were debating on whether we wanted to go, far south or far north,
Hmm.
and other options. In the end, I don't think we. Well, I mean, obviously, it didn't materialize.
Yeah.
COVID became a thing. So
Hmm.
the generally speaking, though, that's probably not going to drop by Tokyo, except for travel purposes. Is
Hmm.
probably the most other people want to do or whatever.
Hmm.
Personally, the next trip, if I go, I'm I think I'm more gonna, for the most part, just follow along whatever my friends want to go check out. Just
Hmm.
do. I'll put it this way. The last time that I went, I was pulling my more normie friends into places. On
Hmm.
next trip, I will follow them around, and then if I do another third trip in however many years, I will do a pilgrimage, a
Gotcha.
much more pilgrimage, and probably go to Comiket.
Mm.
But that's the thing is, if you're going with friends, you can't just bring a normie to Comiket.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
just not
yeah.
that's
No.
not ethical. To have them suffer and then they get there and they just don't understand like what's the big deal or
Yeah, yeah.
anything about. They don't get any of the references. They don't it's just not a good time.
Uh,
Which is why that the next trip that I'll do will probably be a little bit more like regular tourist approach.
hmm.
And then if I do another trip after that, shortly after or not, it will definitely be a dedicated weeaboo trip.
Yeah.
That's definitely something on my bucket list. I definitely want to attend the actual Comic Con at least once. I know it's going to be awful. I know I'm probably going to wish that I didn't do it, but
Yeah.
you know, not everything has to be
Uh,
roses and
exactly.
whatnot. So your first trip was a pretty typical path, and then for your second trip, what'd you end up doing?
Uh, on the second trip, wasn't with my dad because my mom and dad split. I think like a year or two before that happened. Before we went on the trip,
Mm-hmm.
and that trip we flew into Osaka from Busan in South Korea. So we started the trip. It was for my brother's, uh, I guess, sweet 16, but it's like his quinceañera basically because it was his 15th birthday. Uh, we went to South Korea for a month, and then we went to Japan for a month. So
Yeah.
in Japan, we basically just rented out Airbnbs in Osaka and Kyoto and Tokyo, and we just kind of just you know lived there. We would go out to restaurants. We'd walk around and shop. Uh, we go to some shrines, like we'd like look up like local shrines or specific shrines that we want to go see, and that was basically it. It was mostly just seeing nature and experiencing living in those cities.
Yeah. That's a good, fun thing to do. Definitely. Yeah, definitely worth doing. I don't think I'd go hunting that type of experience first or next in my future near future plans. Although, admittedly, I could definitely see like one thing that I would like to have is a cottage in Japan at some point. Like just have the same way that lots of people in Canada that are like middle class will just have a very small home in the middle of nowhere of Florida to retreat when winter comes. I could see myself doing the same thing. And that's the thing too, is like I like Japan a lot conceptually, and I liked it when I visited and everything. But I wouldn't want to live there to work there.
Yeah, definitely.
I would like to maybe retire there,
Yeah.
but not live there, which is different. So that's the where I'm thinking it's like, yeah, if I'd probably do like a little trial run where it's just like be there for like a month or two, and if I dig it enough in the super long term, I would probably just buy a very small place in a small village or something and just be there some months per year and just chill.
Yeah, that's the plan.
I'll be that one foreigner shows up every year around the same month. Shows up at the Guilty Gear tournament.
Yeah.
Just always like the little kid that literally is just like, oh yeah, I'm in middle school. I'm just start playing Guilty Gear, and then he shows up and this Canadian fellow walks over, maple syrup, wrecks his ass.
Screw out a beer.
And then as soon as literally anyone above 18 that takes fighting games like a little serious in Japan proceeds to eliminate me from the tournament.
Yeah.
That is very much a real thing. My roommate that used to play fighting games definitely he's a Blaze Blue player, so I don't judge him too hard. But being a Blaze Blue player, yeah, he played against a couple of Japanese dude a couple of times, and like, yeah, they are definitely on their own league.
Yeah.
At least for Blaze Blue, it was quite something, and it's also very apparent from the VODs that they post. I don't know if you knew this, but there's quite a few channels on YouTube that they just record gameplay from cabinets and they just stream that. So sometimes you'll just see like complete noobs, and then every once in a while you'll see someone that like a lot of these also have like login services where it keeps track of like high scores and win rates and stuff like that, right? Modern arcades, right, are actually modern. And then every once in a while you'll see like basically pro players like show up at arcades.
Yeah. That's pretty nuts. It seems like a lot of fun.
Well, yeah, because like most of the videos on those channels are just like random nobodies, and then you'll see a video that has like 200,000 views instead of like 500.
Yeah.
But that reminds me though, over the last year, or so, or I should say over the last, like, say 8 months or whatever, I actually did practice enough in under 90 birth that I got to the point where I could execute like 2 Nanase combos, this is like the first game and the first character and the first time that I actually have combos that I more or less know that are pretty close to practical.
Nice, nice.
So we'll see. On one side of things, I'm a little sad that I'm, like, I'm not gonna say Under Nine Birth is a dead game, especially after what happened at Evo. Like, I feel like that'd be a slap in to every Smash player, but definitely late to the show. But it's just one of those old games, though, where I feel at home, you know?
Gotcha.
How much fighting games have you played?
Not that much. I play Skullgirls occasionally. I have Street Fighter V, and I played that a fair amount. But it's mostly just Smash. And even though I haven't touched it since the new Funny Block Man came in. And then I played it for 2 days, and then haven't touched it since.
Yeah. See, that's I understand. There's the same way that it's very odd. Oh yeah, that's right. The Weekend Warriors channel is like paused during COVID-19, right? I kind of pieced that together, but was there an official announcement anywhere?
Yeah,
I didn't see anything.
I think I didn't
see anything in the channel. I watched the last video they posted, and I didn't see anything about that. So I was just like really confused for like a day, and then I eventually found a comment that was like, "They're probably stopping until COVID stops." And I was like, "Okay, I guess that makes sense, given they play on a couch."
Yeah, I think it's in the community tab on the channel.
Oh my god, that's right. That's a thing that exists.
Yeah. So I remember seeing it on the channel in some form, but didn't remember if it was a video or one of those posts. It was one of those posts.
Yep. It's just literally right there.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, but like the Dojo series is what convinced me to get Street Fighter V, and so like I kind of know how to play Ryu and Karin through osmosis.
Yeah. You probably are better at Street Fighter V than I am. But because I got it. I played like 3 hours on Karin, and I was like, yeah, I can't play this. I'm going back to Melty Blood and my Weeaboo fighters, my air dashers. Just where I belong with my people.
I think I actually have a few anime fighters on Steam. I just